That way the YouTube guys can actually get some of this. Usually don't make that mistake. Anyways. So, it's not implemented yet, but we do have patch notes. There they are. Dumped into a text file. Not gonna read all of them, but I will read most of them. So let's start from the top. Campaign. Officer changes. Can go over the maximum number, but only up to that number that can be active at any one time. Activating/deactivating officers requires being docked at any colony with a spaceport or orbital station. Reactivating an officer assigns them to their previous ship, provided that ship does not have someone else in command. Active duty officers have their salary reduced by 10%, or to 10%, not by 10%. Salary for active officers is reduced to 10% in populated star systems. In other words, I think that means you don't have to pay full salary as long as you're in the core worlds. Soon as you leave though, have to start paying. Can hire/promote/acquire officers through other means when it would go above the maximum. So, lets you have a lot more temporary officers. Added button to sort officers based on number of the ships they're assigned, based on the order of the ships they're assigned to. Added a compact view to the officer management dialogue that lets you see twice as many rows. In other words, rather than just being one long list, it's two lists next to each other. Substantially increased probability of finding officers for hire at colonies, especially those with military infrastructure. Substantially increased probability of post-combat officer promotion candidates, especially if number of officers is low. Increased number of officer skill choices per level up from 4, 6 if mentored, to 5, 8 if mentored. So 5 is the new default. With mentored, instead of doing a +2, it's a +3. Modified officer skill dialogue, or skill picker dialogue, to use 2 column when there are more than 5 skills. No wait, that's the thing I was mentioning just earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, this one up here. Compact view to the officer management dialogue that lets you see twice as many rows. Whatever. The UI is better. Supposedly. Having a patrol HQ, military base, or high command adds a personnel officer to the comm directory. Can contact them to find officers to hire. Can specify personality 1, 2, or 3 skills for patrol, HQ/military base/high command. Which I'm assuming just kind of means you can pick what kind of personality, and then the better your infrastructure is on your colony, the more skills they have. Random number of officers up to 5 with high command up to level 3 are added to the comm directory. Base number of officers increased to 9, was 8. Officer management now increases max number of officers by 3 to 12, was by 2 to 10 with the old base number. Escalate Crisis now sets crisis progress to 595 points. Used to be 550 points. So it'll be 5 points away rather than 50 points away. Added ability to change the S mod on a ship at a player-owned colony with heavy industry. Cost a lot of credits. Original S mods still require story points to add. This only allows a selection to be changed. S mods on ships that can be restored, such as the 14th automated ships, cannot be changed. Changed certain type of sensor ghosts to no longer lead the player to a system they were just in. Kanta's courier should no longer be interceptable by their fleets. Added ability to call in the support fleet. Removed orders tab. That was pretty much what it was going to do. Apologies about the muscle memory. So rather than an orders tab, we now have a ability to call in a support fleet. Different part of the UI. And also to do the call in a support fleet thing. Requires a colony with a military base or a high command. Can be done from a comm relay or from the comm directory of a planet with one of these. Will meet the player at a system of their choice within a certain radius of a base. Cost a lot of credits. Can call in a small, medium, or large fleet. Story option to make the fleet arrive at the destination quickly. The arrangements were made ahead of time. Resupply fleet. Deliver supplies, fuels, volatiles, heavy machinery, and crew. Then leaves. Can take a limited quantity, depending on the fleet composition, of cargo and or fuel from the player, buying it for the base price of the goods. So that would let you theoretically call in, like, say, a bunch of fuel, and then if you've got more than enough stuff in your inventory, you could drop off like supplies and stuff like that. They only specify cargo and fuel, so I don't see any reason to assume it's gonna let you do that with anything else. But if you've got more than enough of those, you offload whatever you don't need, and then you pick up what you do need. Task Force. Provides combat support. Can be told to follow the player or to stay. Operational for 90 days, can be extended by 60 with a story point. In other words, boosted up to 150 days of total operational time, as long as you spend a story point. Strength depends on fleet size modifier of colony and on the doctrine. Scavengers can be sold a limited amount of cargo or fuel for a low price. Player faction officers / admins now have their portraits picked from a reduced set. Players keep full set of portraits available. So I think that just kind of changes what the portraits are going to be for the officers on your planets, but you can still pick all of them when you're picking your own. Added a number of defactioned portraits. So wondering if that's going to be existing portraits without the colors, or it's going to be entirely new ones. Probably the first one. Added remnant encounter music. Very cool. Added several non-combat encounter music tracks. Also very cool. Added quick but expensive way to lose the game. Sorry. Really do wonder what that's gonna be. Added an agent employed by ZGR so you can drop certain items, within brackets, off in the magic system. Sounds like having an extra way to drop off threat or abyssal dweller items without having to go necessarily back all the way to, was it Kalan or Yoka's Bray? One of those two. Continuing on, personal bounties. Number available at any given time changed from 3 to 5 to 9 to 12. Significant increase. It's good for me because I do plan on making use of that. Oh hey, didn't even notice that got another follower 5 minutes ago. Thanks for the follow. Anyway, where was I? Alright, this line. Smoother distribution of difficulties. Some easier, some harder. Average difficulty goes up or down, depending on whether the more difficult or the easier bounties are completed. Which sounds like if you go for more difficult bounties, you get more difficult stuff. If you go for more easy bounties, you get more easy stuff. Which does go pretty well with the increased total amount of bounties. No complaints here. Next is increase max number of concurrent system bounties to 4, was 3. So more of them can be in the same spot. Very redacted defenders of second hypershunt will now have a substantial redacted support. In other words, if you don't care for spoilers, the Omegas that hang out around the hypershunts are now gonna have a whole bunch of redact or remnants backing them up once you get to the second one. It should make that a lot more interesting. They're pretty challenging as they are. Oh hey there, Billy. Got a 3-stream streak. Three. It's not a round number, but it is a number. It's more than 1 and 2. Let me just move the text box so it's not over top of the chat. Prime number, indeed. Also, hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Alright. No, where was I again? Right. Very redacted offenders will back up. Or no wait. Very redacted offenders will be backed up by redacted at the second hypershunt. Enough damage and enemy fleet will allow a clean disengage, which also lets you recover your own lost ships prior to leaving. Not a story option, always available if enough ships destroyed. Doing well, Aquavit. Got a whole bunch of that licorice taste. Very nice. Yet, I remember actually looking up a thing real quick once to see if emergency repair would restore combat readiness in between engage or separate engagements in the same fight with the same fleet. And someone asking the question of, would it be possible to recover ships if you were capable of getting enough enemies taken down to get a clean disengage? And here it seems like they made the change. Simplest way of putting it is just, if you want to take out a bunch of enemy ships and then just leave before the whole fight is over, now you can do that and not have to ditch any ships that got blown up along the way. You can just grab them and then peace out. Although, it does also specify all salvage from the fight still gets lost. So, at least you can recover your ships, but you still lose any salvage from anything blown up. Next is more independent faction ships available for purchase at colonies with heavy industry on both the black market and open market. So I think that just means there's more stuff available in general. Other than the faction specific ships, which typically are always in like the military shipyard, or whatever the exact term is. Military market, I think would be it. Anyway, next up. Various acts during narrative sequences may cause unrest. Stability penalty on certain markets. So I'm guessing means there's gonna be more impact from doing those story missions. Like pilgrim transports can now target Tartessus. Usually never screw around with those guys, so I have no idea on what the significance of that one is. Added illustration for Crew War. Get exactly what planet that is, but it does sound familiar. Unique administrator added to Nomios. Pretty sure that's an independent planet. Probably a new story mission or something being added there. Added Sindrian Diktat storyline conclusion. Editor's note. This one item is more than half the effort for the entire release. Sounds pretty significant. Definitely should check that out once the new patch is released. And combat changes. Reduce defend order leash range by a third. So anyone that ordered to defend stuff is gonna have less room to maneuver. I'm assuming means both people ordered to defend the point are not gonna back up nearly as much, or they're not gonna exit range nearly as much, depending on how hard they're winning or how hard they're losing. Next, right-clicking some ships onto another now creates an escort assignment instead of a defend, unless the number of ships is 10 or more. Ordering a ship to retreat is now free when the ship is under half hull, as well as when it's out of peak time, as was already the case previously. In other words, it does not take a command point to tell someone to get the fuck out if they're all banged up, or if they have low combat readiness, but that one was already the case. Bombers now maneuver more efficiently to turn back after deploying their payload. That does sound like it could be pretty significant, but I'd have to test it out myself to know for sure. If they maneuver more efficiently to turn back after deploying the payload, probably would significantly improve survivability. As, don't spend nearly as much time within range of the point defense. Continuing on, improved enemy deployment logic to prevent trickling in only smaller ships later in an engagement. Mostly only really noticed that with actually bigger ships rather than smaller ships. Like I remember taking on some fleets where I would blow up most of the fleet and then it's like, oh, here's the other 2 Paragons or whatever we had sitting around. Except they don't have any backups, and then they just instantly explode. But if they say it's improved, it's probably improved. Take their word for it. Then for the threat. Combat map is 33% taller. Position the fabricators try to maintain moved a bit towards the middle of the map. Will generally deploy a maximum of 2 fabricator units at a time. Don't think I've fought any groups that had 3 fabricators going at a time, but if they're gonna limit themselves to 2, then I guess that just makes it easier, doesn't it? Next line. Fabricators were deployed at some point, but there are none left. All units, including hives, will get much more aggressive. So you blow up the mothership and then they suddenly go, yep, time to just run right in. Which makes sense, but that'll probably make things harder. Shrouded Dweller. The Shrouded Eye now slows down to a third of its maximum speed and cannot accelerate while firing. Haven't had too many problems with Shrouded Dweller, but I do know that a lot of people complain about the eye. Sounds like it should be easier, but probably not that much easier. Changes to skills. Fighter uplink. Now increases missile hit points of missiles fired by fighters by up to 50%. Sounds useful. Carrier group. Remove the ship speed bonus. I forget how much that was. I think it was like 20% or something. I don't remember. Now reduces all damage taken by fighters by up to 40%, up to 60% with an officer. I think that's dependent on how many fighters the fleet has as a total. So if it can go up to 60% now, it's pretty significant. The relic operations now makes recovered ships, regardless of manner of recovery, have more demods. I guess that's desirable. Don't really use it, so can't comment too much. Polarized armor. Remove bonus to effective armor value. Base effect now increases top speed by up to 20 based on hard flux level. And the elite effect now also reduces overload duration by 25%. I know it used to increase the vent speed by 20-something%, so now it's also overload duration. And having the top speed increase rather than having the flat armor increase arguably makes it worse for heavy armor stuff, but then again, heavy armor stuff would probably get the biggest bonus from the top speed bonus. Whether or not this is a nerf or a buff is very unclear. Probably depends on the specific ship more than anything. Actually, that might make it a lot better on stuff with light armor. So if you don't give a damn about the armor, more flux vent, less overload duration, more base speed on high flux. Sounds like a pretty good deal. Alright. Next up, ships and systems. Anubis. Design compromises now reduce the maximum time flow from temporal shell to ×2, which would previously be ×3. That sounds like a pretty significant nerf to me. But from what I heard of people talking about the Anubis, it was probably too good to start with, so whether that's a nerf or the Anubis becoming a, trash ship like the Vanguard, which I know the Vanguard is mentioned later, but continuing with the Anubis. Might make it worthless, might make it okay enough. Kinda want to play with that nerf before I decide for sure. Continuing on. Paragon. Fix the asymmetric placement of the two small energy turrets in the front. Reduce the ordnance points by 25. So from 370 to 345. Sounds like a pretty significant nerf, if you ask me. So 25 less points in total. Just enough to give a lot of shield flux. So now I have to pick between shield and weapons. I know it's got a lot of weapons it can mount. And then again, don't really use the Paragon terribly much. So, not sure how significant that nerf is, but it is definitely a nerf. Dominator. Added AI flag that prevents it from trying to distribute incoming damage on armor unless it's venting or overloaded. I think means that the AI is going to be better at piloting it, as it's not going to wiggle around as much to try to get the armor to absorb incoming damage. So yeah, most of the weapons on the Dominator are forward facing, so wiggling around too much would probably be counterintuitive, depending on the situation. Onslaught 14th Legion variant. Increased deployment point and maintenance cost to 45. Was 40. Don't think the maintenance parts matter too much, but the deployment parts I'm sure will make some people probably not so happy. Not that I use any of those, again, just like the Dominator. Moving on. Champion. Increase the flux dissipation by 100. Increase the OP, or the, forget what the OP stands for. The points you get to use to mount the weapons and whatever got increased by 20. Ordnance points, that's what it was. Anyway, 20 more points of guns you can stick on there, or shields or vents or whatever. Both of these changes, probably very needed. Is it enough to make the champion not suck? I don't really know. It's definitely better, but isn't enough. We'll have to test it. Plasma Burn now provides a substantial bonus to maneuverability for 3 seconds after deactivation. guessing that's to make it so that it doesn't turn into a brick immediately after you finish using the system. Either way, that's just kind of a straight buff. Whether it's significant or not, that's a separate issue. Next one, Conquest. Increase the max speed to 55 from 45. Slightly increase the acceleration and deceleration. That should make it better at its job. Especially since it does have the maneuvering thrusters. So, actually, now I think about it, used to be that the Executor was faster than a Conquest, unless if it was using its system. I don't think that's true anymore. Well, once the patch drops. For the current version of the game I'm playing, it's still true. But it won't be true for long. Next, oh yeah, Odyssey, which I do make extensive use of. Change the front to medium missile mount to Synergy. So it still has that rear medium missile mount that stays as it is, but the two on the front, which there's one facing directly forward and one facing to the left, which is on the broadside part of the ship. Now Synergy, so you can stick energy weapons in there. I do distinctly remember complaining about this, so I'll take it. Especially since there's no nerfs that comes with it. Well, nerfs to that specific ship, however. You also make plenty use of the Anubis, which that might have to change depending on how bad that changes. Well, I'll worry about that later. In the Vanguard, reduce supplies per month and the deployment point cost to 4 from 6. Still feel like that's one of those ships that, if it's going to be good with any kind of skill set, it's going to be with derelict operations, which I never really use. Not sure what this change is really going to do. Then the Apogee. Do supplies cost, or supplies per month, and deployment point cost to 18 from 20. And increase the burn level to 9 from 8. It's a little bit cheaper to run, a little bit cheaper to deploy. It's still mostly an early game kind of ship, in my opinion. So it's a little bit more efficient at doing that. Still don't think it's going to be all that great to keep using it later on. Then hull mod changes. Routed Lands now has an S-mod effect, which increases the rate of fire of the effect by 50%. Does sound pretty significant, but will require some testing. And the Shrouded Mantle now also increases hull integrity by 25%. If I remember right, that's the one that works with the Hungering Rift, I think it's called, which itself makes it so anything with Shrouded Mantle restores hull whenever a Hungering Rift hits something. So that just kind of makes that strategy better. Haven't used it, can't comment too much on it. Escort Package. S-mod damage reduction now applies to both shields and armor. Not sure if it only applied to armor or only to shields, but it works with both now. When S-modded, now applies 10% damage reduction for cruisers as well. And I do remember that the S-mod version of Escort Package used to do nothing for cruisers, only for destroyers and frigates. Now at least there's some reason to S-mod it on a cruiser. 14th Battle Group. Change description to make it clear the flux bonus is multiplicative. So, the S-mod itself did not change, this description changed. Or wait, not the S-mod, just the hull mod. And the makeshift shield generator no longer has the speed penalty. I think that's the deployment speed penalty. So it should deploy just as quick as a regular shield from now on, I think. Converted hangar now increases deployment point cost per every 6 fighter ordnance point instead of for every 5. Not sure how significant that is. I don't make terribly much use of that hull mod, but it sounds like it's better. Weapons and fighter wings. Heavy machine gun. Add a note about it also targeting missiles. Change primary rolled string to anti-shield. No mechanical changes. So I think, at least I'm pretty darn sure, that is just going to be a change of what the description is. And also the category it's in. Rather than being a point defense, it's going to be counted as an anti-shield, but it should behave the change, or behave the same. Not the change, the same. Which is accurate. It already had a 200% against shields, 50% against armor modifier on it. Now it's just kind of getting across the fact that, yeah, you can use it for point defense, but that's not really what it's for. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'll have to see. Hurricane MIRV. Reduce the ordnance point cost to 20. Used to be 25. Now conserves all ammo for trying to hit armor/hull instead of just 5. If I'm reading that right, that means it used to use all of its ammo as just kind of like a shield pressure or general use up until it got to the last 5 rounds. Now it does that for all of its ammo. So it's gonna try, or AI should try to use it as a finisher from now on. Voltaic cannon. Reduce the recharge time to 40 seconds. Was 60. Forget if it was the voltaic cannon or the voltaic discharge that was the 3 ordnance points 1, or if it was the 6 ordnance point 1. Either way, charge time is less, so it's probably better. Light assault gun. Reduce the flux per shot to 30. Used to be 40. It's a pretty significant increase in terms of percentage. But if I remember right, the light assault gun is a small slot anti-armor weapon, so probably still not worth using just because, well, small anti-armor, other than missiles, doesn't really perform all that good. What do I know? Heavy mass driver, increase OP cost to 16, was 15. A minor adjustment that I'm sure is all the difference in the world for people making use of it. I haven't really used all that many of the Fred weapons now I think about it. IR pulse laser, reduced OP cost to 4, was 5. That one I have made use of. And from the sounds of things, I might be using it more often. Cause one of them, not terribly much. 4 of them, now that's something. And using 4 of them used to be worth 25. Now, or no wait, got that wrong. 4 of them would have been 20. Now 4 of them is 16. So 4-point savings. Very significant. And then this one, I think, will be a lot more significant. Flash Bomber. Reduced the bomb HP to 250. Was 500. The regular proximity charge launcher remains unaffected. So just the proxy charge launcher that's on the Flash Bomber has been changed to have half the HP on the munitions. So that is a pretty significant nerf on the strategy that people used to really like. Because you could just use Flash Bombers like a better version of the Piranha beforehand. The munitions would have enough health that something like a Brilliant with a Paladin PD would waste all of its charges on it and not be able to take out most of them. And even though remnants themselves would be able to get out of the way of most of the proximity charges, it being able to drain all of their point defense, or at the very least distract all their point defenses, was a pretty significant part of it. If it can still fulfill this role, I'm not sure. But no matter how you slice it, it's worse at it now. Moving on. Void Blaster. Reduce ammo to 8. Was 12. Halved the ammo regen rate. Pretty significant. Will not be used as much versus shields by AI or when on autofire. Added use less versus shields tag. So I'm guessing same as the IR auto lance and the mining blaster, which not necessarily a downside. Well, the behavior that is. Nerfing the ammo regen rate in half. That's a pretty significant reduction in usability, as far as I'm aware. Redacted, not affected by this tag. So, the Fred's still gonna try to use it same as usual. But the reduced amount of ammo regen and the reduced amount of total ammo should make it significantly less deadly. And miscellaneous changes. Made the transverse jump mission merc slightly less aggressive. Shouldn't pursue with civilian ships. I do remember the was one independent fleet, which I think gets mentioned later here. TriStar Tactical, I think they were called. Whatever. Let me keep reading. So, transfers jump mission mercs slightly less aggressive. In other words, shouldn't pursue with their civilian ships. Made potential pirates during hyperspace oddity mission more aggressive. Commodities that are sold to resolve the deficit are removed from the market's inventory upon being sold. And half of the commodity quantity sold is also removed, even when not resolving a deficit. Now, these actually should be pretty significant, because sometimes you just hand over a whole shitload of stuff to a colony to fulfill a demand or fulfill a mission or something or other. Then they just end up with more than they know what to do with, despite demanding it in the first place. That should seem a bit more normal. And I think it'll also make it a lot harder to deliver a whole shitload of supplies to somewhere and then just immediately pillage it back. Not that I do that too often. Continuing on. Learning blueprint packages without seeing the tooltip now unlocks their codex entry. Planet search filter added the ability to filter by water covered surface. I'm not sure if there's a specific reason to look for those kind of planets. They just kind of count as standard amount of farmland planet, just with more hazard rating. Whatever. Now you can look for those ones specifically. Improved frame rate consistency under some circumstances. Vague. Codex search functionality now includes mod name /ID. Sounds useful. Tuxet Star now has a corona. 8. Added certain missing codex links. Not sure which one. Improved rendering of certain fonts. Big thanks to PGB. Whatever that means. And now delete colony decivilized intel items. Then ship AI changes. Fix ship AI issue causing occasional overworry about swarms and missiles. Which, yeah, they do tend to kind of panic about certain types of missiles that they really shouldn't. Guess they don't do that no more. Fix ship AI issue related to capturing objectives. Not sure exactly what that means, but if they're better at it, great. Fix ship AI unsafe venting under certain circumstances issue. That one I have noticed. But it's still kind of vague, so I'll wait to see it in action. As long as the problem's gone, there'll be nothing to worry about. Fix ship AI using recall device when the ship has no fighters installed. Can't say I've experienced that one. Substantially improved AI logic for conserving missiles / detecting overkill. Get the feeling that's gonna make enemy paragons a lot more difficult to deal with, because they're not just gonna dump all their missiles on the first ship they see. But then again, that might make them worse at combat, because that was kind of like the entire gimmick with using those guys. They just dump missile after missile after missile until it's all spent. And most targets they use it against are not gonna survive. Because oh god, if there's like 15 fucking dragon fires on you, you ain't living. Unless if you get out of range. Less likely to use burn drive / plasma drive / similar systems when at unsafe flux levels. Does sound useful. If anything though, I'd say that AI ships should probably use those more often, just rather than trying to use them offensively, use them defensively to disengage. Whatever. Fix very specific issue related to ships trying to broadside when they shouldn't. It's vague enough that I'm not sure what to make sense of. Fix AI being too careful about friendly fire when using burst weapons near station drones, and in general. Yeah, sometimes they are a little bit too worried about friendly fire when they really shouldn't be, but it's unclear how much more willing they are to risk friendly fire. I'm assuming not enough to be a problem, but that's just an assumption. Fixed issue with ships assigned to an eliminate order frequently targeting other ships with their auto-firing weapons. Yeah, that would probably make it a lot better to use eliminate orders if they focus everything on the ship that you actually want them to take out. That being said, you probably shouldn't use the eliminate order if there's other enemy ships nearby anyway, but I'm sure that's useful to some loadouts. Moving on. Fix issue with the Conquest and other broadside ships not using their broadside properly when affected by the avoid command. Don't really use that one too much. I'm assuming it's probably not a downside to have that change. Improve the auto-fire AI handling of large burst fire weapons while the ship is rotating. Trying to think of any situation where that would come into effect. And I'm sure there's some, but worded vaguely enough that I'm not sure how that's gonna make things better, so I'll just take its word for it. Then a couple of changes to the Invictus. Reckless officers will no longer attempt to stay at LiDAR array range. And also fixed issue with backing off outside of LiDAR array range while firing. So it just kind of sounds like in general they try to stay at max range rather than at effective range, and maybe overdo it. Actually, I have dealt with that kind of behavior in some AI ships that weren't the Invictus. But hopefully that's fixed in general and not just for that one, but yeah, I don't know. There's also a bunch of changes to modding and also some bug fixes. I was just gonna go ahead and skip over those ones because I've already been talking too much, and My throat is already feeling like it's kind of worn out. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe get to actually playing the video game that I said I was going to be playing 50 minutes ago. Alright. Get to it. Here I am with my wonderful fleet over at Venus. Disregard that promotion. Still got a kite blueprint over there. Because it's so very important to go get that. It's gonna be a while until Hegemony gets mad at me. Or maybe the pirates again. So that's what it was last time. No other big threat. Oh, hey, a chart. Not sure what to make of it. Alright. So, no real threats to worry about. I can just go do whatever I feel like doing. Don't have any combat ships left to rename. All the loadouts seem more than good enough. At least, at first glance. Thinking back of goals I wanted to pursue. There was the Omega Bounty, which I still haven't found. So I should go do some more missions for the contacts. Specifically of very high importance. And maybe some Tritachyon related stuff. Don't really have to care too much about bounties. Unless if I want to go after reputation specifically, which there are easier ways to increase reputation. It's called blow up some remnant fleets and sell the AI cores. So that's one thing I could go do. Alright, I was saying, endgame related stuff. There was the one Omega mission. I already took on Shrouded Dweller at tier 3. But I'm pretty sure I could do it again whenever I felt like it. Which is involve a couple of losses. Which is fine enough. Can replace them pretty easily. And then there was also tier 3 threat. So, triple fabricator fleet. Now I think about it, since they specifically mentioned in the patch notes that they were going to make it so that Brett is going to try to only have 2 at a time. Might be my last chance to try to take that on. And then most importantly of all, I have to go get that kite blueprint. Which is not all that close to any of the gates. Still gonna go over there. Found somewhere in the Morphogyros system. Very non-specific. Could be close, could be far. Got that weird feeling again, like I'm forgetting something. As I always am. Okay, somewhere around here is a blueprint for a really fancy kite. Just have to find it. Probably should have grabbed this nav buoy right away. Do not break it down. No matter how much I think we could break it down Sig Nasty style, just don't think it's the right move for right now. Lasher. There it is. Kite S-Class Shuttle. An unmodified original civilian model in pristine stock condition. The ship is a collector's item from a more civilized age. A familiar civilian design, the Kite-class Aero Shuttle is the day-to-day reminder of Fabric Orbital's reputation for aeronautical engineering. A valuable specialty even in the age of space travel. This compact space/aircraft is streamlined for efficient atmospheric flight and boasts a grid of cleverly distributed short-burst maneuvering thrusters, coordinated by a Delta-level AI subsystem to ensure smooth landings, a point driven home by Fabric marketing by way of amusing ad holos, featuring a well-dressed couple and an overfull wine glass. The Kite has powerful engines for a civilian ship of its size, though zero-G maneuverability leaves something to be desired when the special subsystem is not engaged. Sounds fancy. And now it's mine. Still not sure what the S stands for. Not like it matters. Okay, let's go visit some contacts. You are on Nordia. You are on Syndria. Might be hard to get this guy. And you are on Yakobre. Start with that one. Also, now I think about it, since there's gonna be another update so soon, judging by the fact that they released the patch notes, I'm gonna have to delay that modded stream for a while, aren't I? Or not stream, playthrough. It's gonna be a lot more than just one stream. Unless if I really hate it. But I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna hate it that much. Definitely get at least 2 streams out of it, right? Yeah, no. I'm thinking I'll attempt to get this playthrough done. And then I'll just wait until the next big update, play that one, and then do some modding. I think I should stream Starsector more often. Get better numbers that way. Unconventional extraction mission and something on the bounty docket. All the way out there. 140,000 credits. Requires 250 Marines to carry the operation. None of them are over in the direction for the extract mission. Gonna ignore the bounty mission, but I will grab the extract mission. 120 days. Also, yeah, I still have that planet killer. I want to get rid of that eventually, but I don't feel like it right now. Let's go see the other contact at Nordia. And I'll also see if I can't get close to Syndria without making everyone upsetty spaghetti. I forget if I need to get docking clearance to access any of the contacts. I'm assuming I do, but not entirely sure. Ground defenses are complete, and the cryo rifle facility. Upgrade that to heavy batteries. Special Pirate Fleet Bounty. All the way down there. No thanks. They rebuilt their Grand Armada. Okay, can still access the contacts even though the rest of the planet does not care for me. Surplus nanoforge production opportunity. Only with my own blueprints at 121% of the cost, as if I just made it on my own damn planet. No thanks. Now I could just hand over a bunch of AI cores. Basically never gonna use the gamma cores or the beta cores anyway. Reminds me, I do have to go farm for some more alpha cores. $200% bounty value, 100% reputation. 25 would be 25 points. This 20 of these for another 65. Yeah, I'll do that. They no longer hate me. That should make my colony profit go up. Probably. Also make it so I can buy some fuel here. Even though it's more expensive than if I just grabbed it at the colony. On the other hand, I do not have to jump into a portal all the way over there and then back all the way over here and spend 4,000 fuel to go get it. So it's probably worth it. Alright, let's go get that extraction mission done. Located at Akref Haven in the Zeta Bola system. Start with the further waypoint, Zeta Bola 5, Ice Giant. Not over here. Sensors are all the way out there. Yeah, there it is. Bounty from the Ludic Church. Pin that one for now. There's one over here for the hegemony. 18 days left, but should have enough time to go over there and do it. Same with this one, that is maybe here. And that one too. Oh hey. There's the fleet. 3 onslaughts, a legion, some gremlins, some dominators, bunch of eagles, and a bunch of enforcers. Not sure if the Ludics here will back them up or not. But I'll fight him all the same. Let's bring in Dill, Mixtape, Metal Pipe, Fruit Fly, Forget Me Not, Sun Don't Shine, Could Be Worse. Or maybe, never mind, Sun Don't Shine and Could Be Worse. Bring in Cork. Use all 160 of the points I've got. These are just hegemony ships, so theoretically I don't need reinforcements, but it would speed it up by a lot. Right there. Most of them are gonna get shot down, but I've already got some effect. Too close to the onslaughts, so they're just gonna shoot all of them down. 2 detonations, 3 detonations, 4. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Keep getting while the getting's good. There we go. 1 legion down. Still had another onslaught in the cards, I think. Start looking pretty surrounded over there. No. Maybe not that surrounded. But since I'm here, is getting pelted. Bit of damage. So we got that guy turned around, facing me. All my ships are doing fine. Forget-me-not is actually winning a fight. Things seem pretty good right now. Not sure if his engines are out. At least half of them are. Now he's out. To get rid of these annoying gremlins. Not sure what his plan was, but it's not going to plan. And then he decided to vent. What a maroon. What an incompetent. fruit fly got a little too brave. Now he's dead. Sticking to the plan. There goes his front armor. I'm sure that trade was worth getting a little bit closer. Save that dumbass Aurora. I have to get in the way. That felt too easy. But I'll take it. Didn't lose a ship while I wasn't looking, was I? Deployment points are the same, and I control the same amount of points. So we're good to go. Lux is looking pretty high on the dill, however. Fight my way back over there. One missile that would have hit him got caught. The other one missed. How tragic. The flame out. Now he's out. Monitor's getting pressured pretty hard. All he has to do is hold out long enough for us to win. I'm not entirely confident that's gonna happen, but all he has to do is distract. Small consolation for the crew aboard the ship, however. It's not doing too bad. It's up against a Grendel. It's got 76% combat readiness, which I'm assuming means that it's starting to lose combat readiness. And Mixtape's going over there to help him, so he should be just fine. Just got 2 Dominators and an Onslaught. It looks like they're getting cooked up pretty good. Let's get the saturation going. Not working. Hide behind the space debris. Got him. Space trash float on by. Basically just got the Grendel and the Wolf left. Terribly low combat readiness left on the Wolf. I guess, theoretically, if it gets dumped in the black hole, it would count as environmentally friendly. Although I feel like, out here in the middle of nowhere, the difference between littering and creating new asteroids is a pretty minimal difference. You know, as long as you don't leave anything particularly radioactive behind. That being said, I'm no space trashologist, so can't say for sure. Certainly not qualified for it. Alright, got some slightly irradiated metal. Would you like to buy it? They would. Let me just extract some value. There's the mission target. Technically don't have to blow up the base. But, I'm gonna blow up the base. In fact, I think I'm gonna commandeer the stick. Let's have some fun. Dumping everything. Concerning amount of kites in this defense fleet, as much as they're throwing everything at you and seem very desperate. It's typical Paffer stuff. The ship doesn't matter quite as much as the mounts. As long as you can stick a hammer on there, it's good enough for the holy job. Reality tends to disagree, however. goes to her nice little station. Despite the one-sidedness, still lost 9 dudes. Nothing's ever perfect now, is it? Could take out their whole armada. There's a lot of demods on them. The new bounty that popped up. It's kind of far away. I'll pin it for now, just in case I happen to be anywhere nearby. Still that other hegemony dude over there. I guess would be a good time to check to see where is he hiding. Volcanic world in a system with a giant primary in the Pharos Nebula. There are quite a few giants though. These ones are binary though, which I think it would specify was the binary rather than the other ones. So it's in this system. 2 volcanics, make that 3. Holy Armada with 3 Eradicators. Have I ruined the entire faction to the degree that they have to resort to such small fleets? Pretty sure I didn't do anything that bad to them. Pretty darn sure. The only thing I've really done as far as the Pathers and the pirates are concerned is I sold a bunch of blueprints to the pirates. But I didn't sell any nanoforges to them, so they can't really make use of any of them. The Pathers, I think it's just they were never really all that strong to start with, and they keep getting beat down, both by me and the rest of the sector. They'd be a lot more dangerous if they didn't have quite so many demods, that is. And either way, I've got bigger fish to fry. Another hegemony bounty popped up. Ignore it for now. Also, funny things. I find that Pathers with a whole bunch of Eradicators are a lot more deadly than Pathers with a whole bunch of Prometheus Mark IIs. Despite technically the Prometheus Mark II being a bigger ship that's worth more. Tends to also explode a lot harder and not terribly much else. Three days until this bounty's done. Probably should have quick saved before I got over here. But I'm getting my bounty one way or another. Got here just in time. Very similar to the last hegemony fleet I took on. So I'm sure it'll go very similarly as last time. Send in steak, turmeric. Chunk, mass, telefunkeliki. Time for some more light cruising. Give some capture orders. Get on with it. Yep, there goes my engines. Well, half of them. Now they're back. Let's get some small stuff in here too. Alright, I've got a Mora that I probably want to blow up. Couple of Condors too. Not gonna be able to do anything to the Dominators. The Onslaught, if I get right on his ass, I can. Same thing with the Legion. Start with this Mora. A lot of heat. Doing a pretty good job of staying in one big blob. Never mind the original plan. Just go for targets of opportunity, like this guy. once the Condor's out. Got a Grendel. And another Dominator. How the hell is that one already at 12% combat readiness? The fight basically just started. Eh, not my problem. It's their problem. I guess sometimes I forget I've got like an entire skill dedicated just to make my Doom last longer. That's assuming I deploy it. Done a pretty damn good job of thinning out the herd. Dominator's all banged up. Legion and the Onslaught are still going pretty good. Try to take out that Eagle. It's happening. Oh jeez, another Onslaught. Get the hell out of here. Second Onslaught. Just stick here and distract these guys. Let the Mint and the Stick take out this specific one. Both the champions are down there. Sure hope the metal pipe doesn't do anything stupid. Gotta distract these guys. Looks like it's working. serious damage dealer here, but I sure am destructive anyway. Alright. I'd say we did pretty damn good on that one. No losses of ships. Pretty crew lost, however. A little bit more rep. Two bounties over in the Simonimenon system. Or System, Nebula, Constellation. That's what it is. So maybe I go take care of that. Still in the negative for the Church and the Hegemony. I'm in the positive for Persian League and the Diktat. Just barely below 0 for Tritac. Don't have to worry about Independent. And the Paffers and Pirates fucking hate me. To be fair, I'd hate me too after what I did to them. Jump into the gate over here at Baal and pop out over at Rama. Although if you excuse me, I hear a cat scratching the shit out of my stuff. Be right back. Alright. Successfully escorted the cat to the food bowl. Now on to my other missions. Take the hyperspace highway. Is it so much more fuel efficient? Oh hey. Some mercs. Yep. They're not in a fighting mood, so I'll leave them to whatever it is they're waiting for. Must be a fun job. Just sit on the end of a slipstream, wait for your enemies to float on by. Alright. 2 bounty targets nearby. First one, Venus English. Rumored to be hiding out near a rocket metallic world in the Rama star system. So this one I'm in specifically. I only see one rocky metallic, so that's a quick trip over there. How about the other one? Tala Turbineer. Cryovolcanic world and a binary star system. There's only one of those. Beta Simonimenon 2. Also, I'm adding one too many, whatever the term is, to the name. It's Simonimon, not Simonimenon. Although it is funner to say the other way. That's an irradiated world. Why is there a bounty near it? Well, whatever their deal is, we're about to find out. Spell. Whoever that is. And they're not interested in talking, as is tradition. Alright. Send me Onslaught, also known as serial number. The cork, stick, turmeric. Maybe not the turmeric. Send in the small stuff and metal pipe. Probably over deployed, but whatever. Overkill is a fast kill. long as you don't fuck it up. Whole lot of targets on the screen. Stuck himself right in there. Best way to deal damage is to be within firing range. And it reminds me of running the Legion back in Titanfall 2. More enemies in the way. More targets to dump the never-ending bullet hose into. And the fight's done. Like I said, overkill is a quick kill. Didn't get any money for a bounty, so might have been an old bounty that just never got cleared. No payout, but I do get the XP and the resources. This one, however, does have a payout. Send those guys in, and telephone Gillicky. Small stuff as well. And a mixtape. this fleet. I'm thinking the best mileage I'm gonna get is go behind them, get most of them to turn around to face me, then the two Odysseys, I'll just shoot them in the butt. Sounds like a great plan. The could be worse is I'm gonna be dealing with that worse situation. Other than that, everyone seems to be doing pretty decent. Fight's basically already over. Just have to clean up. One strike left. Pushed him right into the danger zone. Also, there was another strike left. Don't think we're getting him though. Claim victory. 50 crew lost. But we did so much better than the other encounters. How can there be more losses? whatever. Yeah, that's one down. Now the other one that's nearby. Binary star system, cryovolcanic world. Beta Cinnamon 2. Away we go. Couple of retributions, a bunch of Moras, a pile of eradicators, and some small stuff. Gonna go with the Doom for this one. Then how about we make this one slightly more interesting? Chunk, mass, mixtape, metal pipe, melting point, marker, melon. Fruit fly, forget me not, sun don't shine. Could be worse. No capitals, just cruisers. And a couple of frigates. Does I'll get my use out of the meatballs right now. They are gonna be 1/3 worse after the next patch. That being said, not an entirely accurate measurement. It's just a system that's gonna be 2/3 of what it is right now. The rest of the ship's not changing. They're all gathered up right in front. They've got a bunch of little stuff. Perfect for triggering the mind. They'll have a couple of... No, wait. It's just one retribution. The other one that looks very similar is actually an eradicator. Totally different though. Pushed them all the way up to the edge of the map. Killed every last one. Well, unless if you don't count these three. But I don't. Only one got away. One little vanguard. Another mission done. One left. It's kind of all the way over there. But it does have a bunch of executors. Those are fun to explode. Barren world and a system with a red primary. It's not this one. Could be this one. It can't be that one. One potential system it could be in, with 2 planets. I'll go after that one. Speed this up a little bit. didn't get me as far as I thought it would. Maybe I should have went and checked out the other planet first, but... There's the fleet. Bring in the Tab, Dill, Merrick. Small stuff. I think that's enough. Just narrowly avoided that missile to the face. See if I can do it again. Looks like high intensity lasers on both of those, which is unfortunate. So when they're equipped with the Giga Cannon, they're both more or lower accurate and also significantly less effective, which is good for me, not so good for them. But I can't have every victory so easily won by the enemy's mistakes, now can I? Goes a bunch of the frontal armor. Only a little bit though. Just a tiny bit off the top. Let's thin the herd out a bit. Got a 1v1 with this executor secured. Tumeric's having some fun. Dill is surrounded. Again. Don't know how he keeps getting into that situation. He's got the same officer personality as all the other Odysseys. Why does he keep ending up in silly situations? Got some of the engines knocked out, which is not as good as all of them, but it does let me do this. Didn't get it near time to save the Dill. Send in Stig. Now, Tumeric's getting singled out. I kinda doubt I can get over there, but I can try. He's doing just fine, actually. Could be worse, got taken out. Tab and the stick are down there. Just laying the smackdown down on a advantage. Don't think that's the right name for that ship. guys out, and then I'll go help the... don't think that Turmeric actually needs help. I'll just focus on this eagle and this falcon. Screwed that one up, but still winning. The target of opportunity. And now it's gone. Rest of the battlefield is clearing out. So now that I've got rid of Elias, go after Magister here. Mission accomplished. Judging by the number up here, must have lost something else. Or I didn't. Lost a dill, and it could be worse. 430 crew down. $120 crew returned. That means I lost 310, which is still kind of a lot. Especially if you look at him as actual human beings and not just another source of supply. Speaking of supply, I should go get rid of all this metal. Nearest gate over here at Belgard. Gonna go activate that, go back to the colonies, and then do something else. Been doing more than enough bounty hunting for one stream. And now think about it. Do have to go and bring back the one guy I grabbed from the Paffer station. So could go and see if the contacts want anything else from me, which might include bounties, but it could include other stuff. Only other thing I can think of to do other than bounty mission or contact missions, which does actually include bounty missions. But anyway, only other thing than contact missions would be going and taking out some remnant. Already done plenty of the abyssal fights, though I could go looking for some tier 3 fret fleet. Yeah. Do have to get around to taking those out. At least one of those out, just to prove that I can. So we'll once again look at the dill of turmeric that keeps exploding. I think it's a dill. Aggressive officer. All the other ones are also aggressive. This one just tends to be slightly more. Not sure why. Probably the reality disruptor, if anything. Don't really want to remount it on one of the meatballs though. So now I think about it, maybe part of the reason I'm actually getting some crew laws for fights is because I'm starting to use Sarissas a lot more. I've also been using the Ziphos, which do have crews per fighter, but they do a much better job of staying within the shield bubble of the Odysseys. Cannot say the same of the Sarissas. wondering how much better this thing would be if I had a Cryoblaster rather than the Rift Lightning. It's definitely got a lot more damage per second, even if you consider the fact that it's fragmentation instead of energy, but is it actually going to be better? That's what I'm wondering. Give it a go against, I don't know, champion. Some version of it is not gonna have my piloting skills. Let's see how this goes. System recharge is notably slower. It's gonna be basically impossible to get behind them. Still absolutely winning the Flux War though. Up until I start getting smacked by EMPs to the face. It takes forever because I don't have the skill for it to repair stuff in combat. Which again, would not be something I have to consider in an actual fight. It's kind of a bad test. But I'm still winning it. Yeah, I'll say that's probably an improvement. Do I have the second Rift Beam right here? Space-time's rifts along the beam length, targeted at nearby enemy missiles and fighters. Each rift deals up to 200 energy damage to nearby targets. Oh, hey there, Livianeer. Not ignoring ya, just oblivious. How you doing? Do wonder if the effect of the Rift Beam here is similar to like how Paladin PDs work. Doing well? I'm also doing well. Thanks for asking. Just trying to make the loadouts more betterer. A never-ending process, to be sure. I think I'll give it a try. Rip the Rift Beam off of here. Figure out what I want to replace it with. Probably just another Paladin. Yeah, I'm not sure who to attribute the quote to, but someone somewhere said 90% of this game, or at least 90% of the victories you get in this game, are earned from the refit menu. And I'm very willing to agree. Okay, let's try double rift beams. Once again, I do not have the pilot skills I would normally have. Let's see how it goes. These are beam weapons, so I'm not getting any hard flux, but the amount of soft flux does seem pretty significant. Let's see how this does once the shields are down. Not terribly impressive, but it is getting the job done. And also, direct combat is not really the point of the rift beams. It's more of a PD weapon. So the fact that it does this good against just a regular target probably means this thing's gonna tear apart fighter swarms like nothing. Said, probably still pretty damn important to actually have some upfront damage. Don't think Rift Lightning's the best. Cryo Blaster could be good. Disintegrator would be pretty decent for anti-armor, but it would suck against shields. Then there's Heavy Blaster. I'll go with the cryo. Maybe stick stabilizer shields on there too. What am I gearing up for? Trying to make a fleet that's good enough to take on the Third Strike Red fleets. I've also got the Omega Bounty left to do, which I have to get that one from the contacts, which I haven't gotten it yet. I still have to grind some missions for a bit. For the most part, that's the only two things I've really got left to do. Can take on remnant fleets pretty confidently. I can take on the tier 3 shrouded dweller fleets pretty confidently. Although, at a couple of losses. But, as long as I win the fight, I can survive the losses. But yeah, that's basically the two things I've got left to do. I do want to get them done before, the next patch comes out. Patch notes are already out, so anytime now, the new patch could be coming out. Or Odysseys is the vibe. Sure is. Despite them being so similar, they're so very different. Like especially the Dill. Keeps ending up in really stupid locations. Not sure why. It's not that much different. But anyway, enough complaining. Let's get to actually doing something. I already said I was kinda tired of doing bounties, so maybe I don't do contact missions because it's likely just gonna be bounties. Let's head right out into the darkness. The hell is a pirate doing here? Get rid of that. Just let the Odysseys take care of them. And maybe a little bit of backup, just so we can actually hold the points. Trying to understand the AI is like parsing the arcane, akin to magic. Do agree. Difference between a player loadout on a ship and an AI loadout is an important distinction to make. That being said, I think I do have it kind of figured out. Sort of. Maybe. That is a good point. Some loadouts are better for AI, some are better for players. But even more importantly than both of those, loadout has to fit the rest of the ships you have in the fleet. Because I could have the best Legion or Onslaught loadout. If I stuck it into this fleet, it would just kind of lag behind and get itself killed. Can you really call it the best loadout if it reliably gets itself killed? Looks like the fight's done. At a slight amount of casualties. dynamic, like a multi-layered customization system. Gave the game so much interesting nuance. Definitely agree on that one. Because even if you only look at like fleet compositions based off of the average tech level of the ships, I've got mostly high-tech ships, but I've got a couple of midlines. I've got a low-tech, although old slot kind of fits into any fleet, I feel like. But you can mix and match so many little different things, even within the same tech level, and end up with very different results. Gives so much reason to give another run, try something else. Kinda reminds me of Underrail in that way. Played that game so many times and the story's still the same, but the way I get to what I need to get to, it's always just different enough to make it worth it. Gravity well down there. Also, Amarillo's up to a colony size 4. Forget what I wanted to stick in here. I know I talked about it last time. I think the plan was heavy industry. Do it. Underrail's great, although you'll say it hooked you less than this. Yeah, don't blame anyone for not being super into Underrail. It's a very specific type of game. I also find lore-wise, it's a lot more dry up until you get to like Expedition. I really like Expedition. Sure hope the second game's gonna be just as good. Seems like a pretty sizable fleet right there. Yeah, the second game is going to be pretty significantly different. No idea when it's gonna come out, but hey, if it's even half as good as the first game, it'll probably be worth checking out. Also, thanks for the follow. Very appreciated. Okay, this is a third strike fleet. 2 fabricators, but they've got a lot of dudes up front. Let's see how this goes. Plus 41% from the difficulty. So meatballs tend not to do super great in these kinds of fights. Send in the small stuff. Send in the steak, the mint. I won't send in serial number right away. So how about turmeric and tab. Actually, one less monitor and send in the deal. Alright. Looking for a Starsector stream, and it was the one you picked. Much appreciated. I know it's not the most populated category, but I do notice the occasional big streamer in here. Maybe one day I'll be that big streamer, but not today. Can always hope. I got smashed. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to think that everyone's got the voice they've got. This one I've managed to cultivate with a little bit of whiskey and some, I won't say cigarettes, but I will say jazz cigarettes. Goddamn, these assault units go crazy. Once again, turmeric is all the way over there. It's gotta be like a secret value for officers that I'm just not aware of. Take out the reconstruction swarm. Try to, anyway. All the overseers are right here in the middle. Eric's probably gonna do fine. There's a assault unit right there looking at me, so probably shouldn't do anything too bold. Let's try to take out the overseer units. Lots of shit flying all over the place. Try to avoid that takes out the line unit. Haven't really made a dent into the combat readiness of the fabricators. So we're gonna be out here for another while. At all possible. Reconstruction swarm down. Once again, trying to take out the line unit. Down. So we've got the back 2 points, contesting the 2 front points. Got skirmish units all over the place still. There's an assault unit right over there. Couple of line units and another assault. Couple of hives sitting in the back. Combat readiness on the fabricators is still pretty darn high. Keep trying to cut him down. At least we got all the overseers out of the way. don't have terribly much on the field. But again, they've got nearly full combat readiness on both the fabricators. I would qualify at that as 1 dent. Just need about 20 more. Take out some more fabrication swarms. God damn it, can you shoot someone else? For like 5 seconds. Okay. Second fabricator is very well defended. First one, not so much. I don't really have all that much backup to try to take it on other than the dill. She does have the reality disruptor, or whatever the name of that actually is. Try to make something happen. There's 2 overseers over there. To half hull. Just have to get it the rest of the way. Tumeric's gone. Send in serial number. We need it. logistic's probably gonna go down too. Got a bunch of overseers. And all kinds of other shit. So we don't have the pressure to get everyone right away. Just kinda have to blow up their dudes. Stop stabbing me, you bastard. Stick is hanging in there. There's a lot of stuff around him. Assuming most of it under construction. It isn't actually. "47% combat readiness, but he does have a lot of reconstruction swarms nearby. Dang it. I will go over there and help pressure it. As soon as we take out the fabricators, the horror ends. We are getting ever closer to it. Looks like 3 new assault units being built. Let's try to help the front line. Is going down. Mines is just deployed are already shot down. No sense sending missiles after it. Just have to keep pestering them to death. Odysseys are looking in pretty damn rough shape, however. Damn it. That's one of them down. Send in tab. This would be a good opportunity. Serial number is approaching rapidly on a very lightly defended flank. Let's even it out. There he is. Shooting it right where the sun don't shine. Going all in. Come up. Got him. Hell yeah. Serial number does it again. We just have to get rid of the rest of it. Slammed by EMPs. That's not gonna stop me. Not quite a victory. Just yet. Few stragglers remain. I think we've lost 3 Odysseys in this fight so far. Which, all things considered, the very fact that I won the fight, it's probably worth the cost. $1,300 crew, 225 recovered. Net loss of 1,075. Yeah. Hose down the ship. It'll be as good as new. Alright. So that was a tier 3 threat fleet. And I'm gonna count it. Even if it feels like it was easier than it should have been. Taking out both the Abyss threats at their maximum power. Now we just have Omega. There is some more stuff here. But is it stuff I even want to bother with? Probably not. Both 2 fabricator fleets. Getting out of here. Keep looking at the map like I'm expecting something new to pop up. Just like checking the fridge at midnight. And no later than midnight. Might not be there this time, but it might be there next time. Don't know if you don't check. Alright. So I'd say, despite the deal getting itself killed again, although don't think that's the right way to put it, was kind of a very exceptional enemy. Losses were expected. It was still the first loss, but we'll gloss over that fact. Don't need to refit, nothing. So again, only thing I've got left is the Omega mission, which I have to get from one of the contacts. Well, let's get right to it. Although I guess the one other thing I did not get done so far this playthrough would be excuse me, would be the hegemony colony crisis. I've dealt with all the other ones, just not that one. I just remembered I can escalate the crisis. Might as well. Okay, confirmed. It is the hegemony this time and not just another pirate raid. Meantime, we'll have a look at the two contacts I've got here. Alright, the transponder's off. How silly of me. Fuel procurement mission. Sure. No other mission. Special pirate fleet bounty and the supplies procurement. Over at Agrius. Where's the pirate fleet bounty? Gamma Gorillas. I'll take it. I'll also do the other one too. Probably should have dropped off all these guns while I was back in the colony, but that was then, now is now. Knows the location of a Mjolnir cannon blueprint. But sure, I want to know. Tell me. In the ROM system. Needs 5 units of transplutonic ore for 2 cycles. Total of 522,000 credits. I'm pretty sure I've got that much production. Let me just make sure. Got transplutonics. But I think they wanted ore, didn't they? Looks like they don't produce terribly much ore. On account of not having a mining industry set up. This one's only got regular ore. That one's only got volatiles. They're asking me for the one thing I don't have. How inconvenient. A good thing I didn't accept it. Mjolnir's all the way up over there. Somewhere in the realm system. Very non-specific. Just check to see if there's gates nearby. There is. Where's the realm system? Somewhere up here. There it is. Not all that close to any gates. Closest one would probably be Rama. Would be Crony if that one was active, but it isn't. Giant pile of money with not terribly much to spend it on. Though that is going to be changing next patch. Use that big pile of money to be like, yo, rather than me going back to the base, you come over to me, give me some supplies. Also, that's pirates. They were just kind of minding their own business. Pirate business. But I'm gonna blow them up anyway. Send in the meatball squad. I forgot to send in the telephone Kelegi. It will be grabbing the melon. Although maybe I should have grabbed one of the champions, but yeah, too late for that now. So they do have a bunch of small stuff, and they've also got carriers. So sending in the meatballs was the right choice. Maybe wasn't. Think about it, both the champions are just kind of fragment ships anyway. Bring in Telephone Gilligy. Definitely overkill at this point, but again, overkill just means a fast kill. That's that. No crew loss. Definitely must have been overkill. The account for the bounty. There's the base. Is there a bounty on the base? There is. Lucky me. Grab some supplies and blow it up. 20 crew down. Really do wish I could see how much of those is just because of fighter losses. Space has exploded. Still have the bounty. Don't really need the money, don't really need the rep. But I do want to increase the rep with the guy who gave me the bounty. So I guess I'll just hunt down some more pirates. And by that I mean get the second in command to hunt down some pirates. Hegemony inspection is 88 days away from going to Venus. Force is projected to be fairly strong, comprised of one fleet. Inspections, space forces are outmatched. Ground forces are outmatched. Inspection is likely to be defeated in orbit. Being planned on Sphinx. Begin assembling in 25 days. Sphinx is over in the Samara system. There is a gate over there, but it's not active right now. Both the gates I have are in remnant systems. And while I'm sure I can take on any remnants, you know what, never mind what I was saying. If we run into any remnants, we will simply explode them. I need more AI cores anyway. Oh geez. That's a lot. Can they get to me before I get to the gate? I don't think so. Okay, got plenty of time. Go activate that gate. Just so I don't have to worry about it later. Gates on. "74 days until they get to Venus." So some friggin' havers. 12 days until the inspection force starts assembling, though. Unless if there's a gate over in the astral or alpha kestrel system. Which there is not. There is one nearby. And I'll take on the inspection force, and then I'll go blow up that puffer base. By the time I'm done that, probably going for long enough to call that a stream. Unless if I really feel like going some more. Which has happened before, but I ain't making promises. Making promises is a good way to be miserable doing something you otherwise would love. Just do figure eights around the planet. That looks like an inspection fleet right there. There is only supposed to be one fleet, so that's the target. Wonder if the rest of these guys are gonna get upsetty spaghetti about this. Guess I'll risk it. Or maybe I don't. I have been trying to keep the reputation not that bad. So maybe I just tail them out of the system, and as soon as we enter hyperspace, I just blow them the fuck up. There they go. They're getting distracted. Still get mad if I do it now. There they go. Completely lost track of them. I think that's them. Getting carried away. Okay, sufficiently far away. It might still be able to identify me because, you know, I'm the only guy with the Onslaught Mark 1 in my damn fleet. But if that's the case, which it is, let's just blow him the fuck up anyway. Send them some small stuff to keep the point secure too. Not that it matters that much, but I can afford it. Only got like nearly 20 million credits. Might as well use them. That ain't good. Thankfully, they only had a bunch of warthogs instead of something actually dangerous. Alright. How bad is the reputation damage gonna be? Yeah, that probably wasn't worth it. Whatever. If they feel that strongly about it, they'll just have to do something about it. Alright. Now I wanted to go take out that Paffer base. Heavy industries done over at Amarillo. Which maybe it's about time I go back over there. Slap some items in that industry. A catalytic converter. No, wait, that's the wrong term. Catalytic core? Question mark. Yeah, core. Converter is the one that the crackheads steal. Well, crackheads would probably also steal this one if they could. I know, because I probably stole that one. Also some other stuff I could build, and I probably should, because I can afford it. Took a battle station, a patrol HQ. I haven't really bothered with the planetary shields. I guess there's no real downside. Might as well stick that on everything, actually. Cannot be built on cast joint. Very cool. I do have the 4th industry slot. There is atmosphere here. Technically, that means both refining and fuel production are not ideal. Mostly because I don't have another synchrotron core. But both of them would be equally not that great. Light industry, also not that great. Do I have a deal maker? Yeah, I do. We should go stick that in there. Whichever one of these I pick, they're not going to be able to have the item. I should basically only look at the base upkeep and the potential revenue. Refining it is. Okay, now that I've done a bunch of stuff that will definitely piss off all the Pavers, time to go blow up their base. Probably should have picked up some more fuel before I came over here. I'll just buy some from the Pavers before I blow up their house. Not terribly much fuel for sale though. I'll still take it. And then I'll take some more. Moving slightly differently. Extras down. Just in time to blow up the station. Very nice. There is also that Mjolnir cannon, but don't think that's happening right now. Keep things simple. Go back over to Otsindria. Just remembered I may have maybe kinda borrow their synchrotron core without asking. Go over to Madeira instead. Think about it. Since the hegemony is displeased with me, I could go steal their synchrotron. Then I would have 2 synchrotron. I'll let him keep it. The fuel to get to wherever I want, as long as it's not in the middle of absolutely nowhere in that pack. I got through the last couple of things faster than expected, so how about I go get that blueprint for the Mjolnir? Probably should have checked if there were any gates. So I know there's one somewhere over there. There was one in the system I was in. Or no, wait. Looking at the wrong spot. There was none. There is one over here. I'll go turn it on. Another one for the collection. Okay. Here's a sensor contact over there. Probably just a debris field. What if there's something good over there? There wasn't. At least now I know. Okay, so somewhere around here, there's a derelict with some blueprints. Somewhere. One over there, one over by the other gate. Just some prospectors. Derelict Tempest. There it is. We got the thing. Alright, so maybe I lied. We're gonna go for one last thing. Gonna go activate the gate over here at Crony. And then we'll be done. For real this time. Okay, we got it. Back to the home system. Pop all the weapons. You know, since I'm still thinking about it. And I'm still definitely thinking something went wrong. And these are two asteroid belts on top of each other because it does not look right. And again, I also complain too much. So maybe it's fine. Hit. Select the right thing. Alright, there we go. Giant pile of guns is slightly more large. Okay. And the actual last thing I've got to do, go see if there's anyone I want to send a raid to. There's no one on my followed list. There's no one else playing Starsector. So I guess the answer is no. I don't have anyone to dump everyone on. It'll have to be. Well, that's going to be it for the stream today. Hopefully, it was entertaining. But anyways, I gotta get going. See ya.